We're live. There we go. Everything's good. Good. Wi-Fi, Ethernet, both sending. You can always turn on everything else too. Good. We are in good shape, folks. It's happening now. Got us a supercell already rapidly developing. There's probably 0 people on right now, but just letting you know. About to get this stream shared out to the masses. So yeah, we're gonna get going. Welcome. Some of you probably, I know it's just gonna be a day. It's gonna be an interesting day. I knew it would happen. I knew we would have a hi there. Definitely gonna be a day today. So, storm that's developed northwest of Roswell, gonna move northeast, continue to mature, and probably looking at a tornado threat today, later on. It's not often you get moisture like this in New Mexico, so when you do, and you got supercell environment otherwise, you want to chase, because things happen when the environment. Crossing into Navigational County now. Pump those numbers up today. People tuning in. Sorry, we ran into a bit of a hiccup there. Got people tuning in. Excited about that. So we'll be live throughout the afternoon. It's our target storm right there, north and west of Roswell. It's going to keep heading down south, I think. Right now, conditions are, you can see we're dealing with some clouds, but that's actually keeping the temperatures low. Zooming out here, you can see right out there, that's some blue sky. This sky gets pretty blue further to the south. There's been a lot of heating. We've got dew points in the 60s, mid and upper 60s actually, which anytime you see that in New Mexico, that's a big deal. That's something you want to pay attention to. I need to get fully mic'd up and not just have it hanging above my head. I'll do that when I stop though. Now you can see that's what our storm looks like. We got a couple cells there. They're going to be out that direction. Can't really see them right now. Very different than yesterday. Yesterday we could see storms for miles and miles and miles, and today it's the opposite of that. It's really hard to make out anything down there. Very hazy, a lot more moisture in the atmosphere. Cloud base is a lot lower. So I do think there's a tornado threat. I think it's going to ramp up through the day, and we'll see what happens. I mean, for sure we're looking at, I mean, to be honest with you, it's going to be an interesting day. So, it's just going to be very interesting. Lots of tire debris. There's 246, so we keep going south and then we'll be in position. So, to be quite honest with you, it's just going to be a day. It's going to be a day. factoid. I like that. And Alex back with us this afternoon. They were on the stream last night too, chatting and joining in. So yeah, there's the edge of the anvil. I can't show it. It's a bad position. The edge of the anvil's right there. So that means our updraft is right over there. It's very low. The cloud bases are very low. We can't just hang out way east of these today, it looks like. It'll be an interesting day though, for sure. I really do. I feel so convinced today is going to be an interesting day. I don't know how else to describe it. So I just think so. So you can see it right out there. Let me straighten that up. That. Zoom in a little bit. And you can see actually, looking out there right now, you can see that updraft edge, you can see the anvil, all that. So wait for it to cycle through. I turned on auto switching so we can have a little bit of visual variety for a bit. So you can keep an eye on everything. But yeah, you can see that's the anvil there on the right side of the image, spreading downwind. This is actually all the anvil. You can actually see it all the way through there right now. So we'll just try to get down here. Hey, I passed these people earlier, stopped to set up my stream, and there we go. But yeah, you can see this is the anvil's just overspreading this whole area. The anvil is where the storm tower tops out and spreads downwind. And when you see it spread downwind this rapidly and this big, you know you got a powerful updraft. Watch our satellite series. I actually show this on satellite how that looks. So yeah, we're definitely excited about today's chase potential. I think honestly we've got quite the storm setup today. So got a pair of cells. I don't know what that is. Let's try not to hit that. There we go. Got a piece of oil filled equipment here we'll pass. Looks like some compressors or something. Air compressors. Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to see underneath this right now. So hazy. It's not normal for New Mexico. That's not normal to have hazy atmosphere, so that's a sign. It looks like there's a boundary of some sort east-west that these are forming on. That's a big light bulb. Well, I'm going to Utah in a few weeks. Everyone else talking about their travel plans. I'm going to Utah late October. Going to do some national parks, do some photography. Might even try to put together a weather-related video. I don't know yet, though. I just truly make stuff up as I go. There are no strings on this hoodie. It's just not gonna work. I'll figure it out in a second. Just trying to mic up. That's not gonna work. I just need to pay attention to the road here in the storm. Yeah, I love it. I've been, we're gonna get the last parks that we haven't gotten in Utah. We're gonna do Bryson, Capitol Reef, and then I think we're gonna do Arches again. I personally like Canyonlands more, and I might try to convince Sarah to do Canyonlands, but we'll see. Let's see what happens. All right. Yeah, it's just low cloud bases. That's what it is. That's what we're dealing with right now. Definitely a boundary of some sort here, though. It's just very clear. Probably from last night's storms. Left us a pretty little boundary to play with. Love that we're getting notifications still, even though I've set notifications to off for everything. I'm gonna have to turn on Do Not Disturb on know. Don't really want to turn on Do Not Disturb, but I might have to. I mean, it's very impressive. It looks like a bigger instability day for sure. Yesterday, if you were with us on the stream, I talked a lot about how the instability was lower end. So you weren't going to get like explosive development for first, but also it just, you weren't going to get that like a lot of lightning, structural, that just, there wasn't enough instability to really do all that. But today there is. So we need to be ready. Still saw some awesome lightning last night, even though there was limited instability. So, all right. Yes, that is exactly the one. There's another one further to the north, but it's 69 right here. And I'm expecting the storm at right and not move into this cooler air. And if it does that, then that's the one you want to be on. So further north, it's actually a little cooler. So I don't know if I want to be much further north than this just yet, but we'll see. I'm going to stop up here in a little bit. You can see the anvil there. That's where that storm's topping off. But here in the bottom, you see these low clouds underneath the anvil, especially stretching out from right to left, just there at the bottom, right over the horizon. I think that's a little bit of a remnant boundary of sorts. It's also a sign of very deep, very high quality moisture. And when you have very deep and high quality moisture, that's a good thing. Dealing with right now. I want to get stopped here in a little bit. I think we're gonna just go where we were yesterday. I think just that was a great vantage point, and I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel too much. I was gonna stop somewhere in here. Might need to, so just in case that one to the north gets a little bit more feisty. Looks like there's a road coming up. Might be the same road we were on yesterday. So, yeah, I just really think that we've a really interesting day ahead of us. Just go out here. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the road. Going to be doing some interesting stuff. This one's already got some pretty good rotation in it too. It's already rotating, so it's already supercell doing all that. But I keep an eye on echo tops right now, just because we want to make sure that we're going to be picking the right storm. This one's though spiking way up there. I mean, it's pretty obvious it's a big time storm, so we don't have to get too fancy with it. I think the other thing, just to be honest, the other thing that is just pretty obvious is that we've got a better air down here generally, and the further south and east you go. don't think we're quite to hook status. And it's going to be hard to, radar is going to have a hard time seeing that too, Helen, because it's so far away from the storm. The radar image that you're looking at, if you're looking at from FDX on your own device, but on this here, it's looking several thousand feet up because the Earth curves. I'm sorry, it's not flat. Someone's a flat earther out there watching this, but since the Earth curves, the radar image, the further away from the radar site, the higher up in the storm it looks. And these out here, it's going to be quite a ways up, so you may not get some of that detail of hook echoes and such. Usually they're going to look more rounded this far away, so you probably won't get that fully. He's got that storm to the north too, keeping an eye on. Totally do that for now. It's actually not good for that connector, so let's not do that. Yeah. That's my bad for looping those around, thinking I had a tighter thing, and today I can actually show off the outside here. It's just, you know, one of those cool little things for sure. There's you know, a lot of little tricks that weather folks use and things that you expect. So you won't really see storm is, and that's why I like between radars, and that's a very, you know, storm prone area, so you don't get that fine detail. But when you get a supercell moving into like Wichita or Oklahoma City, you get like super fine detail to these storms. You kind of lose detail, you're way up in the atmosphere, a bunch of things the further away you are from the radar, so which always presents a challenge when you're chasing far enough away from radar sites. There's a couple big ones in the southern plains, one in the northeast Texas Panhandle, northwest Oklahoma, southwest Kansas, huge radar hole there. You don't get great detail with storms. And then you also have that problem in southeast Oklahoma and northeast Texas as well. So, but there are private efforts right now to fix those. Try to make it a little bit more palatable for folks. Okay, here's that highway that we'll be taking. I love how I can't drive straight even though I'm looking at the road. It's amazing. Sometimes wonder how. It's just so funny. It's just like, yeah, I'm just looking at the road. Oh, I guess I'll just drift off to the side. It's a lot of fun. So, but yeah, that's just something, that's just a little thing, a little tip for sure, that's something that does happen. It's not foolproof. I mean, you can certainly get good detail, or you can certainly see a bunch of things. I'll pull up the radar. Once I stop, we'll do a dive into the radar after I get a couple other things set up. I gotta set up a couple other tools. But today, if you are joining and you're you know, wondering, hey, what's this all about? Well, we do live storm chasing here as well as education. We do education while we storm chase live. So ask questions if you want to. We're near Roswell, New Mexico today, chasing southeast New Mexico. Very moist, unstable environment today. You know, quite honestly, we've got a lot of cool stuff that we're working on in the car these days. For instance, we have this dash cam. You have a great view here. Also have view right here inside, so sometimes we'll switch to that. Also, you know, you can see the radar. We got a radar view. We also have rear view, so you can look out the back, and also out the driver's side window, which again, we'll have one out the passenger side window soon in the back seat, and you'll be able to see out there too. But for now, it's just driver's side, which is, after chasing out here the last 2 days, feels like that was a mistake. I picked the wrong side, but I'm hoping, oh my gosh, that's an awesome hawk on top of that power pole. I kind of want to turn around and get a picture of it. I'm a big fan of birds. I like taking a picture of birds, wildlife, etc. So I get fired up when I see cool birds. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to stop somewhere up here. And hey, I mean, watching this, we're gonna have, you know, an interesting chase today. We'll be out tomorrow as well, and the next day. We're gonna be out at least through Tuesday this week, so gonna be a lot of fun there. If you want to support us, I mean, we do have, of course, the option to donate via stars, super chats, whatever it is on YouTube. I don't know. That's super chats, I think, on YouTube. Always do that. But also, if you want to, this also helps fund the education mission, buying something from the store. We have some cool apparel in the store, some weather-themed apparel. Use that coupon code to get 15% off. Told myself I'd do that. I've been told I need to do more of this type of promotion. So if you are looking for some cool weather-themed gear, we've got some good shirts in there, and that's only going to get better as we go on, and as I get more time to design shirts. Everything in there is designed by me and made by me. So yeah, if you want to do that, we'd love that support. Helps fund the education mission that we embark on. So the big thing I definitely always want to press is that we do this, all the education, etc. And it's kind of our hobby, it's kind of our passion. So, just so you know. Wouldn't appreciate anything. Let's see here. It's very dark back up in there now. That said, I'll get us a better view shortly. But here's what the radar looks like. Still severe. Still doing its thing. And warned for 1.5 inches. We didn't have an inch. We had 1.5 inch storm yesterday. So it's not this one. It's the next one. I'm afraid I might be. Down to our southwest, so it might still be a little too far north, but it might keep coming north too. We got stronger steering currents today, so the storms may move less right initially. We'll say the one to my north has a nice shape to it as well. But I think the south one here, what's going to happen is the south one's it's got several cells here. They're all going to merge, and it's just going to get a little bigger. It's in that initial stage where the storms merge. What's going on here? Oh. Got me on the wrong road there. It's this one. It's the next one coming up. Yeah. So we got an inch and a half hill. This one's warned for. Highway's left is here today too. It's unfortunate. We're gonna get some sun between us and this. and welcome to the stream. So we're definitely closing in on this thing right now. Obviously it doesn't look like it, blue skies, but once I turn right here you'll see. Not much detail just yet. Again, I really do think the atmosphere is very hazy. So yesterday we had great views of the storm from 40 miles away. That's not gonna be the case today. We're gonna have to be, I'm not gonna get aggressive just yet because there's no need to be, but this thing's just getting started. Same thing we did yesterday. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, repeat the classics. Like, man, this is a great vantage point. That's what I thought yesterday, so I might as well come and do it again. So you can see the sky is obviously a lot darker to the west here. Horizon straightened up. Record for a little bit as we go down the road here. Out this way, so goodness, that's flipped that way. Be out that way. It's like a workout, doing a workout video. You're saying, I don't know how they do that. That's wild. But yeah, it'll be off to the left here of your screen. It's where the storm is proper. I'm gonna stop up here and I'm gonna get a little bit of stuff done in the car. There's a couple, I wasn't actually planning on even starting the stream this early, but I did, so. But I did. So bear with me as I, over here. Right here. All right, I will be right back. Get some stuff done in the car back here. Trying to find a good spot for this mic. not a good one on this shirt. This hoodie. Maybe that'll work. Hopefully that works. It's also nice and hidden. Throw that over there. A quick GoPro shot. And then we'll continue. Well, we're looking at a severe supercell in that muck back there. It's murky, very hazy today. I mean, harder to see from a distance. Unlike yesterday. Yesterday we could see all the way down there and see a mountain range, but you can't see that right now because there is a lot of moisture between us and that storm is also lower base. I can see a base way down. What the heck is going on back there? I can see a base way back there, but not very well. This is New Mexico though, so your ability to actually see stuff is gonna be hard. I see a trash blow out of the car. Trash has been gathered. So I think the plan today is we're just gonna, I think this is the storm. I think that this will be the set of storms we do chase. There we go, right there. So because of that, I think that we need to just be patient. Very patient. And it's off again. Okay, we're gonna have to, this is the saga of the trash. Come here, you're gonna go, oh my gosh. Over here, passenger floorboard. Driver's side wasn't good. Oh my gosh, that's just embarrassing at that point. Wind just denied me, slapped me down. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. I am not focused at all right now, but yeah, you can see very nice crisp anvil overspreading right here. So a very powerful updraft back there. And yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I think it's time. All right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So, let's get those set up. First step. Okay, and today, that is HDMI out there. This is USB there. Let's make sure this is on. Okay, it is on. So now we add the battery to the camera here, and good things happen. Good things happen to those who battery correctly. Oh, you gotta turn on. Okay, and now my friends, it's gonna work. Ha ha ha, there we are. All right. It's not right, okay. So, focus, there we go. So what you're looking at here, there's the anvil overspreading everything, going all the way back that way. But there's the storm. You can see, you can kind of see a base way up in there, right? Just barely see it. So we're gonna have to sit here and wait. There's also a storm up that way, another storm. So just gonna have to sit here and wait, I think. I might go try to be aggressive with it in a second. Kind of gonna check out some data though, make sure don't want to overcommit to a south storm and it's actually the north one you want to be on. I saw a lightning strike back up in there. So but yeah, you can see how actually a tower Oh, I'm pushing the wrong focus button. This is my new camera, so I'm getting all the ways to make it work. So that's an updraft and a base right there too. So that might actually be the northern storm. Means the southern storm might be closer than I think, or might be more, yeah, might be closer, easier to see. So that's what we're doing out here today. That's one camera view. So, is that done recording? Yeah, that's done recording. So, you know, right here, it's one camera. You take it around. It can go anywhere I go. Wireless transmission. We also have this, the dash camera, radar view, and just to tour you through all the different views we do, we'll be able to bring you. So it's the radar view. That's the back view. You can't see because I got the back open right now, so hatch is in the way. And then of course we have this out the side view too, driver's side. So plenty of views today we'll be able to bring of the storm. Several still going up here. So let's take a look here. Let's start dissecting some of the environment for us. So the warning is still for 1.5 inches for the hail. And it looks like we got 3 different cells here. 1, 2, and 3. So all 3 of these are different little cells. Let's turn on the velocity really quick and see if we got anything happening. Yep, this one right here, the northern one here east of Pine Lodge, this one has a definite meso with it right there. So it'll be the northernmost one of these. That one's gonna actually, it's crossing that 246 highway right now. It might be hard to get to. So the southern one here is the one I would typically favor in this scenario, but I'm not seeing much of a meso on it right now. But there's one up here on this northern one for sure, which is probably more to the, a little bit to the right here. Try to shape this up for us. Maybe if I can straighten the horizon. That's also bad. This thing has a lot of drift to it. So we're gonna be watching this to be sure through the day. And then of course, oops, don't wanna do that, jeez. And then of course we have this one up here too. That's formed east of Corona, north of Highway 247. That one will be easier to get to if that's the one that goes. You know, I'm more interested in these to the south right now, but we probably do need to keep an eye on all of it. Let's take a look at Sasquatch here. Pull up some mesoanalysis. Here we go. So what we're looking at, this is our storm right here. And there's the northern one right there. So northern one's got a pretty decent anvil to it, spreading pretty big. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. One of the things I look for at this early stage is whether we have a good anvil to it. And you know, you see this one's got, it's not as big as this southern complex yet. It's not spreading out as much, but it might eventually. So we got to keep an eye on that. Thing I noticed that really perked my ears up is we've got 60, mid-upper 60 dew points through this area. And what I'm seeing is I think there's a bit of a boundary kind of laid down across here. And I think this storm, these storms are eventually going to turn right and latch onto this boundary as they move northeast. So that's why, and this one's just in a little cooler area. You see it's 68 here, 77 here, and right in here is where it starts turning. The air temperature starts turning once you get under this anvil. It's actually pretty cool all the way to in this, so that's why I'm not too worried about that, but I'm worried enough that I'm not leaving. Take a look at mesoanalysis. Mixed layer cape. And you can see the best cape here lies, this one's just to its east. I'm in the 2000 cape actually right now. So just to the east, we've got some pretty good. So, and if you're looking for tornadoes, of course you want to look at 0 to 3 kilometer cape as well. And it looks like it's pretty much even up and down here. And there's a nice spike to the northeast of these storms, up to 170 right in there. So that's definitely good. And let's see what our effective SRH is, which is storm relative helicity, which is a measure of wind shear. Not much just yet, only 50. 100 up north, but I wasn't considering that even on my best day. So oh, this seems to be frozen. There we go. It's back. Yeah, and I'm already, you're seeing it. I think you're seeing that southern one start to turn dominant on us here. So you see this northern one has weakened quite a bit. Even that meso over here is a lot weaker. Let's loop it and see what happens. Yeah. Northern one's kind of going away and the southern one's probably going to take over. $45 miles from it. What's the motion on this? Northeast at 10. Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm having all kinds of trouble with this. So this is going this way. Let's just, it's going to be 10 or less for sure. So let's just say 10. Arabella in 61 minutes. Well, that's a long way out there, isn't it? It's just not going to be here anytime soon. Don't want to overcommit. Keep telling myself that. I want to keep both of these storms in play here, so we're going to avoid doing the stupid thing and overcommitting ourselves. Looks like 76, 65, 68, 71. So this is a little bit better, but copy edit video. Sorry, everybody. I'm kind of looking through some other data really quick. Yeah, and things are multi-parameter fields. Let's actually go back over here to this now. I don't know what's going on here. So you see, you've got a nice, nice bullseye on supercell composite. Yeah, it's kind of going through all the different parameters. Did that not load, or is that loaded and there's just nothing? There we go. So yeah, I mean, this says we're right in the right spot, developing bullseye for the tornadic indexes. Yeah, so that's good. A lot of gunk up there right now. Yeah, that's got to be that northern storm. Off to my right. It's almost right out this side of the car here. Yep, that's it. It's going to be severe before too long. Turn this on. go here. You can see there's the northern storm right there. Got a nice updraft to it. Can't really see underneath it. You can kind of see it way out there. Yeah, that's that northern storm. This is ours, the one we're keeping an eye on right now. Still looking about the same. So, yeah. Oh, when I'm done, I don't want to undo typing. Stop. Okay. Huh. Yeah, certainly. And as always, especially while we're setting, I keep an eye on the comments pretty closely. So if you do have weather questions, ask what I think about this, what's going on with the storm right now, something like that. Always happy to answer. I'm gonna set up the 360 camera though really quick. Tell you what, northern storm keeps tempting me over there. Look at that. That thing looks pretty robust. It's north of 2847. How many miles north on the highway to what I need to go to get back there? Not even that. It'd be 30 miles or so. guess the Albuquerque radar is not working. So hold on, why aren't my radars up right now? See if Albuquerque can see it better. No, not really. No bother anyways. 77 over 66. Yeah, this might be a thing where these take a little bit of time. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for all of them. Definitely stay safe. Thank you for that, person. Yeah, I agree, Kevin. Just seeing if Albuquerque looks pretty good or not. It doesn't. Not much to it. It's a good kind of day where you can tell it's unstable, all those things, but also it's kind of chilly. Means tornado time, possibly. Yeah, there's the base. I can see it now. See it way back up in there. See that? Just like right over the horizon is the storm base. It's just so low. So different than yesterday. So different than yesterday. Get rid of that. Come on. Excuse me. It's ridiculous. Hey there, Mason. I see ya. Okay, once I get this done, oh, gosh. Do I go north? Do I go north? Do I go south? Do I go east or west? Nothing severe warned right now. Looks like they've dropped all the warnings here for now. Come on. I'm trying to get stuff figured out in this car. All right. Huh. Texting our storm chaser right now. Oh, come here, USB. One of the most painful parts of storm chasing is waiting. It's so hard because your patience is tested and in every way. Because right now I want to go do something, but right now I don't see anywhere to go. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. These are certainly strong, not quite severe. That's a really good tower to my north, though. I bet if I could see this one, that would look the same. My gut's telling me to go up there, though. Might have to do that. It's a great question, Mason. 20 years. This is my 20th year, actually, right on the dot. Go. No, we wouldn't have gotten an update on that. So, yeah, I mean, SR helicity is just not quite there yet. Only 50 on the effective. It's not going to get it done. Effective bulk share is 30, 35. That's good, at least. It's the same as it was. Best low-level environment is to the east, northeast of this storm, for sure. So that's pretty good low-level cape. This is the storm you're looking out at the window right there. So, I don't know. It's looking pretty good. There's definitely a little bit of a cooler, more stable air mass to the north, and this one's going to be like kind of towing that line. Winds are a little bit more backed through here, though. So, it's hard. It's a hard decision. Don't think anybody needs to see the back end of the YouTube channel. Better instability down here. That's like right on the edge. Let's see about satellite. What's going on with our satellite? Yeah. Something I'm noticing, and I think this is probably why I'm not too in a hurry. Again, if you've watched our recent video on satellite, just the shape of both these anvils. This one is just very skinny. It's not really billowing out to the side. This one down here, though, is. And again, I see a boundary that this thing might be getting ready to ride to my south. And I can now definitely see underneath the base. It's 100% underneath it now. So I'm kind of watching this one. I think it's just everything on satellite says it too. Better moisture down here too, 66 and 40. I wonder how tight that moisture gradient is. It's got to be pretty tight. Yeah, it's from east to west, 62, 64. So yeah, the best moisture's to the east of this storm too. Zoom in on the 0 kilometer cape on this. Yeah, I mean, Sasquatch's superior mesoanalysis says this one's got a much better environment ahead of it as it moves east. This one's going to be skirting on the north edge. Let's see what their model says. Yeah, 71. Absolute death. Y'all had a great season up in Canada, though. But yeah, it definitely ends way earlier up there, but it starts way later too. So I guess that's completely unfair for all of you. And meanwhile, we get to enjoy storms for a good long time. Yeah, what's happening right now seems pretty obvious to me with the southern one. You have cells that keep firing off of this mountain range. This is a mountain range in this area right here. There's a mountain range. And these are just firing over that continuously. Oh. Kind of see a little bit of scud lowering trying to happen back up in there. Man, you can't see it on the camera, but trust me, it's there. It's there. Let's see what this one's long-term trend is. These are far enough apart, I can't do both, so I gotta choose. Oh, goodness, wrong tool. Yeah, they're 40 miles apart, so we're gonna have to choose one or the other. Oh. See that Comet Mason just made me feel very, very old. Only in my 30s. Okay, so what we are gonna do is I am scared, so I'm gonna do what any rational person would do right now and hedge. Always come back south. It'd be easy to get back south. We'll not be able to catch this northern one if it turns out to be the one, so let's kind of get this going. That storm back there, right there. I'm gonna drive north about 10 miles. it, but 10 miles isn't going to be a killer today. See what we can do with this. Oh, pay attention to the road. No comfortable way to ride in this car, I think. Oh, getting a little bit of rain on the windshield. Getting a little bit of anvil precip, I think, right here. Very small raindrop, so. Oof, it's gonna be one of those days, I'm telling you. As of right now, I'm trying to decide what I like more or less. It's just hard. Like I said, though, the big thing is that this will be relatively straightforward either way. There's only 2 road options for either storm east of this highway that we're not jumping on. So it's not like we're going to be pressed. Just go. It's about 10 miles north. Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna cancel. Just gonna see what we can do. That's looking back to the south storm. And this is actually looking over there at that northern storm now. We're just gonna see what happens. Got camera views all over the car, so it means eventually one of them's gonna see something really brilliant today, I think. But just I don't know. Got 2 storms following right now. Kind of hedging in between them for a second. I want to see these cells stop repeatedly forming over the mountains on the south before I get too excited about it. Rufus does a pretty good job with this day so far. It's doing a really good job with it. It is 21Z, there are indeed 2 supercells. It actually kills the one to the north, keeps the south one going. That's interesting. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. But Rufus is doing a good job keeping us on hand. 74 right here, so just have to be keeping an eye on things. Looking out there. The north one has a really nice tower to it, I will admit. It looks really nice. That's what you're looking at right there. And then this is the south one. Probably looks just as nice. Stuff will make you tired. Absolutely, JP. No trees whatsoever. Man. I'm just like stressing out over here. Probably shouldn't be, but I am. I'm stressing. South one's starting to get a little bit more of a mezzo too. I'm going to go up to this highway intersection and set. You can see nice big anvil right there on this southern set of storms, and then you have the northern one right there. Just pull it up on radar here really quick. You can see that's our two storms. Neither one are severe warned right now. We got a complex really to the south. I think that's just messy. It'll eventually work itself out and probably become one dominant storm, but it is definitely taking its time. We obviously have one dominant storm to our north, so. Yeah, we're just seeing what we can see, I guess. Yeah, you can see underneath the base all the way out here, so that's good news. Yeah, I saw that on Velocity, Kevin. Saw that was happening. So, yeah, I want to be able to see the southern one, but I'm kind of wanting to hedge just enough. This is not going to make 10 miles isn't going to make a difference today for this, I don't think. I'll commit to one or the other in the next 20 minutes, but right now we're keeping our options open. Seeing what. Oh man. Yeah, we're losing our view of the tower to the north too as we go north. Starting to get a lot more low clouds. The fact you have all these low clouds underneath these anvils is a good sign. That means you got some deep moisture, which is good for tornadoes, actually. It's very favorable. That's what you look for. You want big moisture. This is very different than yesterday. If you were tuning into the stream yesterday, we could see forever because the atmosphere was very dry. Today is the exact opposite of that. We have a very moist environment, very unstable, and actually, looking over here, you got some cumulus trying to form underneath this anvil. See those forming to the east. Got to keep an eye on that. Could start getting storms forming places we weren't expecting. Highway intersection. I should go up to the top of the hill up here. We can't turn off. off just yet. There's a giant tire debris in the road. There we go. We'll go up here to the top of this hill and look back. I can actually see there's south. Behind me all the way to the highway, so once I get up here I can turn around to top this hill and can confirm no one is coming from the other direction either. Confirmed. That safe. Let's go even further off the highway. There we go. This kind of thing that'll scare you. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. A pair of storms. One's definitely a supercell to the north. I mean, it's goes without saying, I think, but this is really rough. Have those even moved off those mountains yet? I feel like they're still in the same spot as they were. So that one came through, it died. Okay, they might finally be trying to move off the mountain. So this south one here, I mean, got a little bit of a mezzo there. Right there by Blue Water, you can kind of see a little inflow cut into it. So you would have, you know, winds blowing this way and there's an RFD I'd be coming that way, and that's how you get your rotation. One of the ways in the low levels. There's many ways. But yeah, this would be moving off this way. So yeah, I just want to keep an eye on that. Northern one, the radar's not picking up. There's like a big data error right here. Oh my gosh. It's a big data error right here, which not great because that's where the business end of the storm is, and I'm actually curious what's going on with it. These bases are extremely low though. Very, very low bases today. Refresh. Yeah, this still says the place to be is south. It still does. Everything points to it. Except for the radar presentation. Everything except the radar presentation points. We want to stay south. So radar presentation is very different. But yeah, it's, I mean, same thing. You're just seeing it. You see how this anvil, how much just bigger it is than the north cell. That north cell doesn't have as robust of an anvil spreading downwind. Both of them look pretty good in terms of towers. This one might have a bigger overshooting top. The thing I'm still noticing though is there's like a boundary or something running right through here. It's like, it just looks pretty obvious, but it looks like there might be something like that up here too, because I can actually see it visually underneath this one. So they might both be dealing with that. Might be a couple boundaries through here. Might be a couple of boundaries. Okay. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, they're both kind of taking their sweet time to get going. So, yeah, just gonna chill out here and wait. Yeah, so basically, I mean, we're looking out here, it's that south storm still, right there. Let me zoom that in. Let me do this, and then zoom that in. You can see right underneath that south storm. See, way up in there. Gets bad, really bad when I zoom way in, but yeah, you can just see it, little fine line, basically like, can I get it? Oh, finger is not going to work, but right in there. That's what you're looking at. So, yeah. I don't know. We get to enjoy both of these together. Isn't there a special weather statement on the northern one? What's those texts on it say? Penny size hell. Yeah, Rufus said south, but I'm not so sure. So yeah, just looking through this. Yeah, they both have a pretty decent mezzo on them. This is painful. It's a pair of storms still trying to get their act together. How far am I from this one? 40 miles still. That's rough. I'll tell you. It's going to be a rough decision here in a second. But what we're looking at here, let me actually let's wait for these cars to pass so I don't get out and frighten everybody, because I'm getting out and they're wondering what's going on. Slam on their brakes. Giant accident happens. Got these two storms here though, resetting a little bit. We are at the top of the hour. It's 3:09 here local time. Several hours to sunset still, and we have a couple of storms here. Neither are severe as of the moment, according to the data I have. I'm hoping that my warnings are working. But they're both pretty strong sets of storms. The south ones there on radar are a little bit more clustered, not quite supercellular. The northern one is almost certainly a supercell. And yeah, they're certainly doing their thing out there right now. Neither one is... the southern one was had a nice supercell and clustered up mood to it, and it was severe earlier, but it hasn't quite retained that. But yeah, I think that, let's turn this on. But yeah, I think we're still just kind of in wait and see mode with these. Okay, there we go. Let's get out. So basically what I'm looking at here, and this is looking southeast, you actually can see some towers trying to go up out there. What's going on? What's up with that, huh? But we're looking back this way. That's the south set of south storms. You can see right up in there. That's underneath, that's the base. Here's the hail core of the south ones, and then you emerge out on the other side, clear air again. And then you have the northern storm, which I'm losing visibility of the tower, but it's back up in there. It's over there somewhere. So as of right now, it doesn't feel like there's anywhere really to be. That looks like a nice flanking line, actually. Moving in through there, almost a flanking line. Just moving up through there and into the parent storm. And I might not be able to see underneath the actual best storm base right now, too. That's another thing I'm considering. The angle's not great right here. I hate having lack of roads, though. If we were like in Oklahoma, we'd already be underneath this thing, and we'd know. We would know because we would already be underneath it. So we got quite the decision we're going to have to make. Is that foggy? We need to, yeah. Oh my goodness. That was awful. Okay. Resetting from the top. So we got quite the decision we're going to have to make here in a little bit, because we got two storms, and I like the look of both of them right now for different reasons. The south one has a better environment, could eventually become a stronger storm at the end of the day, like I think it could be. But the northern one is very isolated by itself, and it's not in a horrible environment. It's hard to decide because there's pros and cons to each. Like isolated means it could reach its maximum potential a little easier than the south one, which is battling with cell merges and stuff right now. What I do think is going to happen eventually, though, is that north one is probably going to move into cooler, more stable air and kind of go away, and the south one might be the one that lasts into evening. So I think that what we need to do right now is be patient, and just for now, be patient and see what happens. Because I think what's happening now, looking at radar, is that we're getting some separation and maybe getting the south one to become more of a robust supercell, which is good. So, making progress here. Yeah, just going to be one of those days. Going to be one of those days. Very murky and muddy. Definitely not the sexiest radar presentation of all time, but here's the south one, definite mezzo on it. You know, you see it right there, North Arabella, so it's spinning, to be sure. So it's the north one. So this right over here is the echo tops on the right side of the screen there. And that's helpful for determining things like the strength of a storm, especially this early in the game. Because what you're looking for is which one of these two right here are going to be the more powerful one, right? And you're trying to project this out short term. And there's a few ways you can do that. One of the ways to do is use echo tops, you know, which one has the brighter colors. Well, this one does, right? This one isn't. It's more isolated. I mean, look, it's just one cell, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 down here to the south. But also, the other thing to keep in mind, though, is that there's, looks like there's a boundary here, but there's also a boundary here. And what's going to happen, I think, is that this is cooler air up here. It is 71, but see, it's 77, so it's 70 71. Oh, it's 71 right here. It's 65, and then of course it's 77. So boundary here, boundary here. You can actually see those storms are actually kind of forming on that boundary, but the air's warmer, so the inflow to this south one's probably going to be better. I think I'm talking myself into staying south, especially now that it looks like it's getting a little bit more separated, but it's also pretty small. It's smaller in size, but the tops are way nicer. How do I get echo tops to work? So honestly, I don't know what the color scheme, the scale on this is. Maybe this is it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, there we go. 46,000. 44, 46, and this tops out at 41. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's at least get these two in. Yes, Jack, I've heard of it. Actually used to use it, but way back in the day. Way back in the day. Haven't used it in forever. Of course, I haven't had a PC in forever. Use Mac. Alrighty. It's actually an interesting looking storm there north of Melrose. And the anvil on this thing still looks pretty good. You can see it spreading out there, so it looks pretty good still. Surprised I haven't put an SPS out on this south one yet. Step out, take a little bit of a walk here. Walk and think. All right. Let's see what we can do with this. So, we'll see. Melissa, thank you so much. I walked into the car after taking a de-stressing walk on trying to figure out what we're doing to come back to that. So thank you so much. That helps. Those types of things help us fund our educational mission. We try to teach on this stream, also on the channel in general. So just, yeah, thank you. And we're trying to do that stuff more and more. So let's take one more look at this. I think I've talked myself into going south, but we'll see. So basically we got two storms here that we're looking at, right? We've gone over this about 15 minutes ago too. You got this one, you got this cluster down here. Those are actually some decent circles. I'm kind of surprised with myself. Obviously we're right here. So we got bam or bam. The problem is, and this is why this is such a tough decision, because quite honestly, we have a couple of options here. We can go north on this highway, but if we do that, we gotta go back east, because this storm's gonna cross over in between, then there's no roads through here. So that's a problem. But from here, all the way down to here, there's nothing. You gotta do it down to here, and then you can go up. So you could go up this way, but then as the storm moves off, it's going to be away, and then you got to go all the way back down and back up. So struggling with that idea. This one here too, really latest scan, I mean, both of these have that cyclonic look to them now. So by cyclonic look, I mean a supercell has that look of a storm looks like it's rotating when it kind of has this, you know, kind of bent back look like that. Anytime you see that, that's a good sign you've got a storm that's rotating. And same up here, you can see the same thing. It's kind of got that bent back look to it as well. And it's something I talked about earlier that just need to probably rehash again. Our radar site is currently 90 and 105 miles away from each of these storms. So basically, to demonstrate what I mean, radar sites here, the Earth curves. So like if a storm's here, radar's hitting it right there, you know, bottom of the thing. But if a storm's back here, but radar beam's still going straight, it's hitting it in the mid-levels. And that's what you get when you're this far away from the radar, is that both of these storms are being hit by that mid-level, in the mid-level. So you're not getting the low-level features, so you don't get a good view. So when we do something like switch to velocity, which, don't embarrass me now, velocity, you can see that each of these storms has a mid-level meso on it. Bam, bam, same bam, bam. So I mean, they're both rotating, both supercells. Just gonna have to commit here in a second, but right now I'm trying to not. The thing that I really like in terms of future options, for the sake of argument, this one is going to move up here, and that's just like, we're going to do this, and then back over here. This one's going to move like this. So we're going to have to do this, but back up like this, which is not bad. That's hardly a terrible problem. This one's a little bit harder to the north, so it'll be harder to get to. Let's do this really quick. And yeah, still, I just see how this anvil right here with my cursor is a lot thinner than this one down here. This looks like a much more robust tower. It's got taller tops. You know, I'm trying to continually talk myself into going south, keeping on this south one. Cool. But yeah. Let's see. Let's just see this in motion, actually. And you got some more storms forming to my northeast. We're not getting to those under any circumstance, but the winds also don't look to be as backed out there. That's for sure. We're definitely like, you know, I'm trying to, there's just a lot to consider here. for sure. But I'm pretty sure I'm leaning south, and we will make that move in a second. I just want to see something. I want to see it in motion. Okay, yeah. Oop. That one's got, that's a pretty good push on the last scan there on this northern one. It's a pretty good push right there. Good cloud streaks right there. So, yeah, I mean, south one looks, obviously it looks better in radar, looks better on, let's check echo tops one more time. So I said I was going to make a decision about 20 minutes. We're coming up on 20 minutes. Yeah, well, suddenly the northern one has pretty much equal echo tops. 4645, 46. Love it. Glad, amazing. So happy it did that. So, oh, I should probably set and reset this view. Okay. Go grab something out of the back of the car really quick, and then next time. Asked for a fellow chaser to send me. Let's go south. Sorry everybody, I'm eating. Getting a snack. Leaving everybody with silence for now, I guess. Up on top of this hill, see if I can get a view under that northern base, a couple miles out before turning around. They both seem so close yet so far. I'm having popcorners. So, crunchy and wholesome popcorn snack. It looks like an interesting thing to try. Saturated fat number is good. Sodium's not the greatest. Total fat's not great, but it's not horrible. So yeah. So, this is really frustrating. Both of these storms, neither one can just take off. No idea how to stop service or still getting stream out. We'll get there. It's gonna happen. Struggle bus right now. It's gonna be tough day. Let's get up north, we'll get there. Up here. Why must thou be so hard? Why can't storm chase and just be easy some days? These are all pretty small storms, all things considered. you see with this tower right here, you can see how it stair steps up and is tilted over. That's a sign you got wind shear. It means those winds are literally stronger up top than they are down low, and that helps vent these updrafts and keep them going for a while. So that's a good thing when you see a tower stair stepping like that. It's a sign you got some good shear. RFH triples. Let's see. You don't even understand what's going on. So one of those days it's useless. Happens. Random rain on the window now. Yeah. It's awful. Both of these storms, the one in the north has better presentation overall at this point. Neither one. Rough. All these look pretty crappy right now, all things considered. Definite supercell. Tower's soft down low though. Yeah, still have yet more storms forming back to the west on this cell and stuff to the south. They just can't seem to get out of their own way. The north one's getting smaller. Not seeing it right now. Not seeing it. Might be it's that type of day I was worried about. I was worried about yesterday being so overachieving that today does the opposite. Right now, this day has not really lived up to any sort of hype machine I could give it. So that's the northern cell you're looking at. The south stuff just can't seem to get off the mountains. Every time something moves off the mountains, it dies, which is concerning. Is that it's making up my mind for me. We'll get there, folks. It's a long trip, long day still. Still got 2.5 hours to sunset. We got storms, so that's the big key. What's the key today? Is getting a storm. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Lots and lots and lots. sharp uptick in lightning strikes on this northern one in the last little bit, so that's also a good sign. Thanks for tuning in, Lauren. I mean, this looks pretty okay. It's tilted. It was tilted more over earlier, and now it's starting to stand up a little bit, which means the updraft may be a little stronger. Because a taller updraft will push back against the winds and stand up a bit. Stay tilted on the front side, but it'll be straighter on the back, so it means it's a more powerful storm. Out here, you can't even find an all subs, not Starbucks. Jeez, you would never find a Starbucks, but can't even find all subs out here. There's literally no, there's nothing for about 100 miles between Vaughn and Roswell. So you know. Space on this storm, you can see it there on the screen. Yeah, that's the base. Got some scud rising into it. It's a decently sized base. Got a good flanking line, so everything's there that you look for. Looks like a low instability supercell though, that's for sure. So we got no other choice right now. forward base to it though. It's low. That's for sure. It's a low base. I've stopped on this highway many a times, actually. See if there's a ridge line. I can get to this ridge line. I want to see if I can get up on top of it. We'll start, get the big camera out. Let's just turn it on and get it ready for its assignment shortly. Road's not in the worst shape in the world. This thing's dying too. Let's get a quick bit of film and we'll see if this thing back south. Looks like there's another one that's formed on the southwest. See if we can get going. Yeah, it's very clear this thing's dying. No? I'm flying down that road. Look at that piece of junk. So that's what a dying storm looks like, folks. Right there. It's disintegrating before your eyes. Oh. It's falling apart at record speed. Just in time for us to get close enough to see it. It completely falls apart. Take a look at this. Looks good, and never mind. I was like ready. It's just big, and then it just started getting smaller, and then bam, it's gone. And so the end result is that right there. It's why we chase. Right there. I love it. So we're gonna have to head back south. Right there. Basically, the thing had a tower right up there, but it's soft, gone now. But now there's like no base. That's the base. So yeah, this thing's got no chance. It's dead. So we go south. And we'll see it. There's one last chance down by Roswell. Again, have another storm pushing up, so that's our last chance at something today. Don't see much out there. Some scattered towers out there in the horizon, but nothing too fancy. I think that's it. That was our shot at something interesting for now. Let's just go south. Once again. Quit recording their dash cam. Yeah, I agree, Edward. It actually looked pretty decent growing up on it, but I was afraid when I saw that tower going a little soft that might be what's getting ready to happen, and that's exactly what did. I was hoping that it wouldn't be, but it happens. All right, nope. Let's see if this south one can continue to intensify. And we'll see. It's gonna be out that way. What the heck is going on with this road? Gator light right there. And right, this bottom one looks like it's kind of turned right, turned easterly. That'd be good. Well, you saw that, right? We traveled north. We tried to commit to a cell and it died on us promptly, and now there's another one forming off the mountains to the south. Hopefully that's the one. We need a storm to go. When we need a storm to go, and we need them to quit going so far today. Yesterday was too easy, I think, so now we gotta make up for it with something a little harder. So I don't know. We're making do, but we'll get there. I'm I still think there's a chance to get something today. I think it'll be with this southern storm, of course. The northern one just died on us, so we're going to be inbound on the south one now. Cruise set. Not speeding. Let's do this. One of the things that you run into out here is totally just trying to get this to work. I mean, honestly, it's a challenge. It's just so hard. Get over a lane. That dead zone one more time. Good news is we made it. Bad news is we made it. So we're now traveling south. Try to get on this thing. Looks like we finally have something that looks like a robust supercell down there. That we just tried to get on and died. So we'll get there though. I mean, I can feel it. We're going to be on this thing in just a few minutes here. Rallying back. If this one can last, it's in a good spot. It's in a really good spot if it can last. There's some pretty robust towers down here too. Pretty robust. I like this. Looks good actually now suddenly down here. See, we just weren't patient enough. That's okay. We got to see the death of one storm. Now we're going to have to go chase another if this thing can keep up with itself. See, that storm behind us. It's muerto. It's dead. Yep, some champions now. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time. First storm that was severe quickly died. What I'm seeing now is there's no other storms behind this one. Finally, all right. See what this can do today. Next batch can do. good southeast of me. $75 miles over there. Some chance. This looks so good though. Severe before too long. Gonna be an issue. Severe thunderstorm watch, given how many big time cells are right there. 2 big ones that should be severe pretty much already, just by their visual look. I'm keeping my hands on the steering wheel. Sorry, car. There's a storm, tried to go get on and died on us. Leaving it now. You can just see where there's like, you can see where there was a tower there at one time, but now it's an orphan anvil, which is basically when this anvil overspread that you see right above us right here on this shot. That's when there's no tower and it just starts going downwind and dissipating. Oh, we're getting a little bit of rain here. Only be there. Sun's getting in a better spot too, so we'll be able to see these storms. They'll be a little bit backlit now, unlike earlier where it was just murky and mush, which was a problem. That was the real problem with earlier down here. That's why we left. I mean, there's nowhere to be. And if we just sat there, it's going to be mush. There wasn't going to be nothing to see. So, tried to give north a shot, but it happens. We're okay. I'm not the least bit worried. Like, it either will or it won't at this point. We're here, and you can only be here. Oh. Not sure what's going on up here. Trying to go up there at Artesia. Gosh, it's so far away. At this point, we're just going to have to hope that this stupid one here north of Roswell can do something, I think. Because if it does, then we're in trouble, I think. Today, because I love the look of these. I mean, we might get some great backside tower shots, maybe some cool lightning towards sunset, but getting something on the front side, and certainly a tornado would be almost entirely out of the question. This Roswell one's going to have to do it. It's not a very comfortable spot to be in. And we might... these things are not going to be screaming, so... It's only 35 miles east of Roswell right now. So it's possible that we could get to it, get to these on the screen right there. It's not as impossible as I thought it was going to be. Man. Driving the speed limit, people are passing me like I'm sitting still out here. We're at the point, though, in the day where the wind fields are once again increasing, and there is obviously some sort of a wave coming through because we've had a lot of storms go incredibly vertical recently, notwithstanding the one we decided to go try to chase. But yeah, we certainly have seen a big uptick in storm intensity over the last 30 minutes or so. Looking cumulus formation even right here almost to the road, right on the edge and underneath this anvil. I can see underneath it, on to our west. Yep, you can see underneath it. Not a great view just yet, but it's got great tops. My goodness, those are the best tops by far in this whole radar view. Let's just focus on this for now. Agreed. Very impressive cumulus up ahead. These storm towers look really good. Alright, I can definitely, we're starting to get a good view of this one to the west now. No lowering on it yet, but it's got a very impressive updraft looking now. Still got a few minutes yet before we can even consider dipping out. We're gonna go almost to Roswell this time now. dissipating. It means we got a dominant updraft happening to our west. So I have a dissecting things I'm seeing in the sky right now. There's a little batch of cumulus I can't get to that's over that way that the camera could never see, but they were just really lifting up a second ago, but now they're dying, which tells me that this updraft to the west, the storm to the west, is taking over and trying to be a little bit dominant, which would be good because we need that. We need a storm to really take over this environment, or otherwise we're just that they fire, but they keep firing into themselves and raining into themselves. So no updrafts had time to really get going, and right now it looks like that might have finally ended, and one updraft is has kind of taken over. Which is good, because we need that. We can hold on, it keeps intensifying, albeit it still will eventually make things happen with. About to make a good turn, so you'll be able to see even better. It's a really strong looking updraft. It's very flat right now, but that's sweet. We can deal with flat. We can deal with flat. As long as we got one that's robust and pushing severe. Looking at storms, go back here. Look at this for a bit. We got a big ridge in between us and the storm. When we make this turn to the right up here on this highway, we'll be able to shoot out the side window and we'll get a great view. Storm that we're targeting. Yeah, this is the frustrating part of the chase, where you pick a storm and it turns out it was, well, the wrong choice, which happens sometimes. And it's not unrecoverable. I mean, we can recover from that. There's nothing that we're missing right now. Coming up on an hour and a half to sunset, so plenty of time to still make something happen. What I want to see is this storm get off these mountains and maintain its strength we can do that, we're in good shape. And we're going to find that out before we're all the way. We're going to find that out before we're all the way there. So, we just had us in your morning and shoot somewhere. Maybe not. But yeah, we're going to find that out pretty shortly, I think. Oh. Had that on the whole time. Huh? It's like, what is beeping? That's our storm up there. See the base to it. That's the base of the storm that I'm wanting to chase. If all things go well, that'll be our storm. It's way out there right now. Might be getting some scud lifting up into this. I mean, it looks like a powerful updraft to me. Storm star, E star, actually quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. I actually see underneath one of them. Storm of interest, though, is to our west, and it does look like it's trying to pull up scud into the base. There's also a storm to our south, coming up toward Artesia. I wonder what the odds are that we get that to do something. Miles from this storm to our west. It's got a nice belt shape updraft. 50, yeah, 60 to the south. Stick to the plan. So it's basically right now kind of interesting. It's got an interesting shape on radar. It doesn't quite look like a supercell, except for the fact the velocities have a little bit of a low level lock, which tells me that there's some rotation in the updraft, so probably is a supercell. With that in mind, but big thing this storm has to do is it has to get off of these mountains, and they have yet to do that out here to the west. Well, I'm not a giant fan of what I'm seeing south. It's small, but it's still a storm. So if this one fails to make progress, maybe it is south. But this one right here to the west has an interesting look to it. I don't know. We might be dealing with some stuff. This stuff here to the south, this one here to the south, see it has, you can kind of see both sides of the updraft here, which means it's a smaller updraft. It's not producing a lot of precip. There's not a lot to it right there, but might be our best shot. If this one to the west doesn't move off these mountains. It's getting the one that I'm hoping for is my hands a little low. The one I'm hoping for here to the west is at the point where all the others have died. If that doesn't get better, we might just end up going east out of Roswell. I'll go down and get gas at the very least. So we're trying. Several options. Persistent ridge you can't see around for a while here. And east of the one now, this one, so keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it. If you want a cool storm chasing shirt, we have those at the store, 15% off if you use that coupon code right there. If you want to support us, that's a great way to do it and get something cool in return. Which I recommend. I'd rather people get something cool in return for support. But we also appreciate super chats, etc. So this one south of me, it's kind of got a little bit of a softer look to it. And yeah, softer. It's not looking that robust. It's looking small. One to the west still looks pretty good. About to get a better view of it. I'm hoping that we get over this. There's been a ridge to the west here for a bit. And because that ridge has been out here to the west, I haven't been able to see a dang thing, so I'll let you know what I see when I see it. Let's get a little worried. There we go. what's going on out there. Might be a wall cloud trying to take shape out there. Because there is a definite lowered area out there. It's hard to see. Let's see if I can zoom in far enough. It's gonna be hard to see through all that scrub. There's a definite wall cloud on this thing. Let's get it. Take that all the way over there. There. Let's find out. Oh, it's a wall cloud. You can just barely see it on your screen right there. Underneath this storm. Just barely see it. Since this is a legit road or a fake road. It's changing shapes pretty rapidly, so that's good. It's rotating, or at least pulling stuff in pretty consistently. Looks like a legit road. It's on the map. No tarantulas tonight, so far. It's their migratory season in the southwest. Keep thinking I'm gonna run into some, but just no luck so far. I'm close to it. Hopefully this is a legit road coming up. It might be the one I tried to jump off of last night. There's a gate on it. I'm scared right now, so I'm kind of in the midst. I kind of need to go. I need gas eventually. But I also have enough that I could give this a go all the way to this highway, then pick it up going northeast maybe. Looks like a real road. That last night, I thought I had a real road and it was opposite of the railroad. Okay. Yep, nope. That's our storm out there. We'll see. Go down this road a little while and see what we can find. South of the storm, you'll find a decent bit. It's not great. Failing me hard. Let's see what we can get. Get up on top of a ridge eventually and be able to stop and look. I can feel it. You're not getting a long view of a storm. You can see it for a while. Every time you think you're at the top, it just keeps going. Yeah, just did a bottom trap there with the lowering under it. Keep going. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an area underneath this storm. Right there. Keep left. So we'll see what happens as we get closer to it. Stop. Wanted to get a really good point with looking with that much of a ridge in the way. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but we're going to try. Storm's off to the right side of the image right there. Last scan it pulls down, which is not great because they've been doing that. They've been coming off the mountain and dying. One in south is dying too, so the only thing really taking off is stuff to the east. This is just enough of a delay. It might mess us up for those. Just tired of not being close to storms. Next one will be when we stop. We get to another ridge. worried that this is a crown of clouds, which usually is a sign of increasing cavity. Stop it right there. Now that's a storm. I need to actually pull up here. If I'm going to stay here, I need to get away from the top. I'm not just over that hilltop. I want that to be dinging this whole time. Looking at that, I just that's enough. Supercell structure up. I think the only choice we have right now is to go east here. So flip it around. So then Roswell get cast and just keep going east. That is not any good whatsoever. Awful. Back there. I'm throwing up on it. It's like, that's not what you want. It's not the look. The stuff out east does have that look. Probably on radar too. Get some gas. ridiculous. Honestly, can't believe these things just never could get off the mountain. It's literally what happened. They would form over the mountain because of terrain influences, etc. And then by the time they got off the mountain, I guess the air is too cool or something, and they just get capped off and they're dead. And that happened repeatedly, not just once. I mean, that just was like probably no less than 10 cells did that. And also the other problem is because you had 10 cells do that, you probably cooled the local boundary layer there too. So a bunch of reasons that happen. Yeah, that thing spiked up, had some extremely tall tops. It's gone now. I might try to get east of Roswell here and try though. Looks like we got a few storms trying to form. I mean, we got a few storms that have formed, but we're just going to see if any of them can get a little bit stronger than they are. I'll get a bit of gas here. Well, might as well go kill these storms too. Every storm I've drove up on today has died. I am now storm killer. Okay, yeah, we're good. That was smart. Keep going straight. It's like, I don't know if that was alright turn or not. There we go. Yes, indeed, storm killer is arrived. They never met a storm they couldn't kill. I think I'm losing it right now. I think it's pretty clear I'm losing it. That's what happens when you're like constantly like you're looking for storms, but they don't ever materialize. It's probably the kind way to put it. And so you're just like, oh, what am I doing out here? Why am I storm chasing? Is this storm chasing? Do I even remember how to? Yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome. Oh. Our teaser cell, this cell has I've taken themselves out of consideration. Well, let's go see if some of this stuff out east can do anything for us. I probably need to actually like look at navigation options. Seems like a prudent thing to do at this moment. What you got on the car screen for me, map? What if I wanna, I think that's probably at 380. But it curves back southeast, which I do not like. But it may be the best option. There's not a lot of great options, so it may be the best option of a bunch of really bad ones. Let's have Google guide me. I think what's going to happen is good. Okay. Perfect. And we'll get gas somewhere between here and there. But that's what we're going for right now. Got storms out the driver's side there. Well, where the heck is that storm at? Checking out on radar, that thing to our west. Southwest, way out there. Man, that thing has like a whole cloud on it. It's more than a whole cloud. It'd be easier to get to. Stuff out east continues to not materialize and organized. It'd be a lot easier to get to. But nothing out there is working. No. Let's get gas. Search my feelings. That's why there's no shear to the east. It's all concentrated back west. Makes a lot more sense than trying to, makes a lot more sense than trying to get east. There's no shear out the west. So let's try this again. Google, you're going to guide me. Guide me west. Like out there somewhere. Yeah. So none of these have worked out whatsoever. Everything there is finally dead. So I think I might be right down here. Might be the one. Well, you'd be forgiven if you was wondering if I knew how to storm chase or not. I know. I've only been doing this for 20 years, and it's just been a day, hasn't it? It's been a rough day, actually. It's been a rough day storm chasing. Been hard to get a storm to sustain itself. Ingredients, there's storms out here to my east, and I've been watching them, and they're robust, like very robust. That is for sure. They're very robust storms, but they are not getting to that next level, and it's because they're on the east edge of the instability axis. Flow of this upper low in the flow, that's like just far enough east that it's not in the good wind shear. There's a storm to my southwest here that has the look of being interesting, at least. It'll be in the good wind shear. It's, 50 miles over there probably, give or take. And yeah, I think we're gonna go for it. I think that's going to be our last stand of the day, because that's really literally going to be the last stand of the day. So maybe this one will work out. It does have a lowering on it, so that means it's got a strong updraft. We'll see if it can take any of those next steps. I got to get gas really quick before I make that move, but we're going to make that move. Let's do it. Talking about a slight bit of a lowering there on the right side. It's not much, but it is something. Current plan is to get gas. Y'all subs, get out of here. Go get that to go. That we are 30 minutes from being able to really just stop and enjoy this storm. Let's move this. Make sure we're not making a giant mistake. I don't think we are, but let's make sure. It's a Roswell sign with the UFO. Man, that I've seen worse. It's got a decent tower. So yeah, we'll see. It's got a decent tower out there. Things look pretty okay. We're gonna stop at this gas station here, then we're gonna get out of town. I'm like partially tempted not to even try to go too far. Just get on like the west side of town. Don't even try to go get underneath it. If it decides to produce a tornado, they're not gonna get close to it anyways. So you might as well just stay out away from it. Which is what we're gonna do. Alright. Well, let's do this.
What the heck is up with storms turning green? Is it aliens? Is it the reflection of grass below storms? Or do you think it's the more common explainer that the green color comes from hail? There's a lot of great myths about what to do when the sky turns green. Some people even swear it means a tornado is brewing when the sky turns that greenish hue. The fact is, none of this is actually true. In fact, one scientific experiment ran by Dr. Frank Gallagher of the University of Oklahoma, storms were measured with a spectrophotometer. Say that one 10 times fast, spectrophotometer, anyways. And it was found that storms had the color they had regardless of what the terrain looks like underneath them. Further, there has been no correlation established that a green-colored thunderstorm will necessarily produce hail or tornadoes. This is science, peeps. In that same experiment by Dr. Gallagher, storm colors were matched with the type of severe weather the storms produced. It was found that there was no correlation on color and severe weather produced. The truth is, storms turning green is likely, but not yet fully proven, to be the result of good old-fashioned tricks of light. A raindrop or water droplet within a storm tends to absorb red light, scattering blue light. This typically gives storms their grayish-blue hues you most commonly see. However, as the light hitting a storm warms or becomes more red, you could start seeing storms become greener. It has been observed that the greenest storms tend to happen later in the afternoon and during the sunset hours versus the middle of the day. Take a look at the visible color spectrum. During the middle of the day, sunlight tends to be cooler or more blue. But as the sun begins to lower through and eventually reaching the horizon, the sunlight moves closer to the red wavelengths. Anything that is naturally blue will tend to shift to the right on this spectrum, or to the warmer colors, as the dominant light source warms. Thus, a storm with blue hues will tend to turn more green as the sun begins to set. Of course, people will still swear that storms turn green due to whatever factors you have been taught to believe. But the science tends to point to light and color, and not the fact that giant chunks of ice are present, being the reason storms turn green.
Hello everybody, welcome to a new Titan U lesson. This one is Storm Chasing 101, Intro to Photographs. This is hopefully the first.
What the heck is up with storms turning green?
Photograph-related
Is it aliens?
Lessons,
is it the reflection
courses,
of grass
whatever
below
we
storms?
Things,
Or
really,
do you think it's the more common explainer that the green color comes from hail?
101
There's a lot of great
level
myths about what to do when the
introduction
sky
to
turns
photographs.
green.
What is a photograph,
Some
you ask?
people
It's
even
this right
swear
here.
it means a
Using
tornado
my
is brewing
fancy
when the
mouse pointer to show
sky
that
turns
off.
that greenish
Photographs
hue.
are basically...
The fact is,
we'll get to the definition
none of this
here in a
is
second.
actually
Just
true.
know that
In fact,
this
one
is a very
scientific
helpful
experiment
tool
ran by
for
Dr.
forecasting
Frank
severe
Gallagher
weather.
of
If
the
you're a
University of
storm chaser,
Oklahoma.
especially a newer
Storms were
one,
measured with a
someone who's a weather
spectrophotometer.
community or weather enthusiast,
Say that
you're
one
wanting
10
to learn
times
more,
fast,
how along with
spectrophotometer.
storm systems better.
Anyways,
This
and
is
it
a
was
great tool
found
for
that
learning how to
storms had the
forecast
color
severe
they
weather.
had,
And
regardless.
to be quite honest, it looks super complicated. I mean, there's lines everywhere, but it's a lot simpler than you would imagine. So, all right, we're back. Let's go see if we can kill another storm. It's our mission today. We gotta make sure we try to take all storms out that we can. There's another one. Keep using our weather modification machine. Destroy it all. Tired of storms. Yeah, this atmosphere is starting to stabilize. Fun. Okay, we're going to try to get a bit of film with this one right here. not much, but it is supercell. I mean, it's got all the hallmarks of one, so that's good. Just try to do a bit of filming on this. See what happens. Okay. We'll just go out west of town here and call that a day. Whatever this storm brings. It's a pretty little storm. I mean, it's nice and isolated, and I like isolated storms a lot. They make me especially happy. So we'll just get out here and see what we can do with that. Go ways. Yeah, I haven't liked this chase day a lot. We've been stuck in the car driving. I don't know. Just haven't been a big fan of that. Everything north is done. So this is kind of the last game in town unless you want to go east. And I do not. Decided it's just not going to happen. Some film of this thing, so eventually it's going to die and be a pretty spectacular death, storm death, and then we can. Alright, speed limit's definitely more than 45, it's 55, so alright, well, that works too. Okay, well, current plan is we're going to get out here west of town and plop it down, and we're going to film with the supercell. Okay, set the cruise, because this is a type of speed that at a highway that's empty enough, I'll instinctively want to go faster. Got a left moving split up there to our east. This thing's still pulling in some scud into it, into that base. Let's bring it in. Still see it trying to pull in some cloud material. Means that updraft's still trying to suck in air. It's surface based, so those are all signs you look for. You're gonna get closer, a lot closer. That's funny. There you go, camera. You got it now. You got it, okay. Oh, and the iPad is on the desktop. That's wonderful. Absolutely great. Oh, it's doing that thing it does. Alright. Because the power was interrupted. So I turned everything off. Looking at right there. That's the storm. kind of do the comparison shopping there a little bit. Not severe, so once again, that'll be okay. We're gonna try to get to it anyways and see what we can get done with it. Hope is that we can keep this thing going for another hour or so in the sunset. Be kind of like yesterday then. Could get pretty if things line up right. They can stay robust. It's small, but if it can stay robust, oh my goodness, that thing is pulling up scud crazy. Base is lowering a lot. I will laugh. I would actually be willing to call that a legit large wall cloud on it now. Alright, well, about to turn right. About to get a lot closer to it, so if it wants to do something fancy, we can be there. It's allowed to now. We'd all prefer for it to wait about 5 more minutes, right? But that's okay. Get us 5 miles closer. Let's go get it. What a great time to remind you that on today, oh, it's a wild and gnarly look to it. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Whoop. Looks like it split. So we're just gonna try to get up on this thing, see what it can do. Got a wall cloud on it though. I mean, it does. It's a legit wall cloud. Small storm. There it is. Much further. I don't want to just run this out to the point where it might die on me and I don't get any footage of it. So let's find us a road. Go south. Oh, it might. Hope lightning strike. You would not have saw that on the camera, almost certainly. But we're gonna stop up here somewhere. So just keep going down to this road. This point. So, there's a few things I'm looking at. There's a lowered area. It's a bowl, which is that's actually intriguing to me. It is a small storm though, so as is usually the case with small storms, don't count on them doing big things. They can sometimes produce giant hail. I don't know if that's what's going on with this one at all. It does have quite a low base to it, so that's something. Said this is a sub-severe supercell though. It's not even no, can't go too much further. Quite the shape to it, that's to be sure. Let's get south here by a couple miles. Need to look at model data shortly. Stop, is there? Try to get south a couple miles here, get out of these houses. And over this ridge. As soon as I get over this ridge, I think that'll be when it's time to stop and film, but well, we're looking at a supercell right now, just right outside of Roswell, New Mexico. And it's, has a nice look to it. It's like on the verge of not wanting to be alive, but also it's trying to also suck in surface air and be surface-based and interesting. It's like running that line, which usually means that it does end up dying not too long after that. But I've seen storms do dumb things at this point in their life cycle, so try to see if this thing can do a dumb thing at this point in its life cycle. We're going to go south here a couple more miles and hopefully get the big camera out on it and time lapse for a while. I want to get something usable out of today. It just feels like I haven't gotten anything as of right now. It's just as rough. Okay, now let's see. I generally don't like stopping near people's houses, especially when there's a storm like this. There's like a tornado possible. I definitely do, because you just do what you can to get the shot. But in this case, we've got a couple minutes, I think. I'd like to get out and away from stuff. Okay, and this turns back to the right up here. Are you kidding me? And this road is not a road, it's a fake road. Well, if this thing decides it wants a tornado, we'll move closer. But I'm pretty content with just time-lapsing right here. And my hand is numb, so I just hit my wrist right in that right spot. It is humid AF out here. My goodness, very humid. There it is. There indeed is the supercell. Got a big wall cloud on it, and that's a big lowering. It's not quite getting there though. Doesn't look like it's anything close to doing something tornado-y, but I mean, it's certainly there. You see a bunch of cloud tags, you see a lowering, but you don't really see like any motion in it, which is usually a sign. But that's a good sign of in and of itself. The fact you see all this, but you have zero motion in it. Let's use this and zoom right on into that. Yeah, you can just see that. I mean, there's just not. There's not much to it. It's just kind of sitting there. It's a great question, Mono Bear. I don't like chasing in the cool season a lot because you don't usually get good storm structure. It's usually tornado or bust. I like this. I like stuff in the warm season. I like stuff in the autumn. Once you get in like November or December, January, February, March, you can see tornadoes. And I've seen great tornadoes, like very memorable tornadoes during that time of year. But it's usually that's what you're chasing for is tornadoes. And it's tornadoes or bust. And that's a really hard way to storm chase. Big lightning strike behind this. Yeah, well, you lied to me. That's a locked gate. Google Maps. Let's take a look at this on radar. Yeah, it's dying. It's getting smaller and weaker. Yep, severe storm on the way north and east. Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's probably a dying storm because you see, just look at all that cloud material there. There's just nothing going up into it. It's just hanging there. I'm not seeing much motion at all. There's like very slow, the most slow upward motion you could imagine up into it. So Jesus asking about Lovington. Actually, Lovington's outside of the technical threat, and I would agree with that. There's not... The problem with today that I think has happened is that we just don't have nearly the... we don't have a lot of atmospheric lift. We don't have a lot of that deep lift that you need to sustain updrafts. And I think that's what's happening, because this is obviously... just everything that's gone up today has struggled immensely. So yeah. I mean, there's a lowering there, but I think what's happening is this updraft's being choked off by the cap. Let's go wide here so I can show you what I'm talking about. You see this like little area of low clouds to the left. I don't even know how to point it out. I want to run my time lapse, and I wish I could illustrate, but I can't. But there's a little layer of clouds in the mid layers of the atmosphere there, and I think that's usually a sign of stability when you have something like that starting to happen, and that's because there's capping beginning to take shape. And when you have capping beginning to take shape, that's when storm death usually follows shortly after. And that's exactly what's happening right now. As you can see, this lowering is losing a lot of it too. See, I told y'all we were going to come out in here and kill this storm. It was our duty to do that today, and we did it. We did it. We did a great job. I feel happy with the progress we made on just taking out storms as they come at us. Turn the weather modification machine on to its fullest potential, and we've just decided to just destroy everything in our path. Any storms are done. They got no chance whatsoever. Yeah, we ended up with 3,500 SB Cape. Wow. Yeah, and the tornadic environment's very narrow. Here, let me bring this up so you can see it. You can see just how small that area is, and that's not even that robust. And the storm we're on actually is right here. It's just outside of it. This thing is drifting left to right, actually. Wow. Yeah, just there's nothing. I mean, it's ugh. Yeah, let's go back wide. It's a pretty shot. I mean, it's a great time lapse I'm capturing right now. Really excited about that. Let's see what Rufus did for tomorrow on the 18Z run. Yep. It didn't pick up on the stuff to the east, but certainly. Let's see what it did at the 18Z run. Well, Rufus says we're going back to Albuquerque tonight because Target's further north. So that happens. Let's see what it says for Tuesday. Yeah. And Tuesday's just very clearly, which is great because if I only do one hotel night, that'll be amazing for everything. Tuesday's northwest Oklahoma. I think there's going to be a big tornado risk on Tuesday. I think we're going to end up with big, relatively speaking, at least a 5%, but I think a 10 hatched is certainly possible on Tuesday. So we'll go back to Albuquerque tonight after we're done here. There's a zoomed in view. And hey, I should probably take a minute to plug what we do here at Tornado Titans. Welcome if you're joining us for the first time. I appreciate you. Try to educate as much as possible. So if you do have questions, I will look at them eventually and on the chat, and I will answer them. And we try to teach. Our whole channel is about teaching about severe weather, showing the storm chase experience, positivity. We want everybody, no matter who you are, we want to remind you that weather is for everybody, and that includes you, includes everybody. So just know that if you are watching this and thinking, hey, storm chasing seems kind of cool, sort of, just know it is. Storm chasing is really cool. But also, just know that, well, that's going to be broken, so I got to go back in and fix it. Oh, no, it's working. Oh, okay, cool. But also know that storm chasing is a lot of work. It's really hard. You end up with days like today where you're watching a storm just kind of die right in front of you. You're watching it just go away. There's a wide view of the same storm. So, you're watching it just go away right in front of us. So, but we try to teach about weather. People, there's been a couple super chats today. I appreciate everybody whoever does those. It feels weird, but it does help our mission. This is a hobby. I mean, we do this part-time. We develop all these free resources and such, and it's all done part-time hobby, and we try to make things work with the chase funds, with things like donations, ads, etc. Also, here, let me walk over here. I'll turn this on really quick so you can see what I'm about to plug as well. If you want to support us and you want something cool, there you go. Use that coupon code at store.tornadotitans.com. You can get a great t-shirt, weather-themed t-shirt. I think they're pretty cool. Of course, I also am partial because I designed them. Which is, fun fact, I did design them, but yeah. But also, yeah, they're cool, and that's a good way to support us. We try to teach all the time. We try to show people storms and kind of show you, give you the story behind the story with these storms, because oftentimes you'll have a storm chase stream or a channel and they show you cool videos but don't really teach you about what's going on. We feel like the more knowledgeable people are about severe weather, whether you're a storm chaser, storm spotter, or just the general public, the more prepared everyone's going to be, the better we're going to be able to disseminate information, get people knowing what's coming up, because we got the tools right now to really prevent a lot of human suffering. But we just gotta increase knowledge at this point. That's my theory. So And with that in mind, like we've been looking, there was lowering, there's no more lowering. Now you're seeing, you see how this tower, how there's now a base that's level with these low clouds. We were talking about that, how that's a stable layer and it's like the capping layer that's really taken off. That's exactly what's happened. And now the storm base is way higher. It's now based at that capping layer. This storm is now not even taking in any surface air parcels whatsoever now. It's all happening way above the surface. So that tornado risk is now 0 on this storm. It went from, well, maybe, you know, a few things keep happening, maybe, to absolutely no way. It's now elevated, it's got no chance. There's still a pretty crisp anvil on it, so I think there's still a tower attached to it, but it's just got no chance of producing a tornado at this point. And there's no way you're looking any good whatsoever with that dynamic range. Just getting this 360 camera off. Yeah, you know, I had some hopes for maybe a really robust supercell today, and it just really never came to fruition. And that happens sometimes. I mean, truly it does. Storm chasing, if this was easy, I probably would have quit years ago. But instead, I've been doing it for 20 years. I keep coming back. And I keep coming back because every day is different. Gives you something new to learn. And like on the drive home, I'll keep the stream running for a while on the drive home because I'd love to answer any weather questions, storm chasing questions, and we can look at this beautiful sky together as we drive home. There's a lot of big time cumulus, probably some lightning. But yeah, I mean, you always ask yourself, like, what happened today? Why did that do that? And that's kind of how I feel right now about this, is I'm trying to figure out why did this happen? So, because what happened earlier today is we had a bunch of storms. Look at this. I mean, we had storms form all the way up there, but they're gone. There have been storms all day up there, but now they're all gone. And now you have this one, it's on its way out. There's no precip core anymore. The sun's literally shining through that precip core right there. So yeah, I mean, like, you look out there, there were storms. There really were. There were storms all day. Several supercells formed off the mountains right there. But when they moved off, they died. And that's because I think the surface was too cool and we had a massive cap, killed everything. And so now you have this storm, did the same thing, moved off the mountains and died. You got these out east, but they're not in as good of an environment. Those things are not gonna make it very long. And here you can see this crown of clouds right here. See that? I call it the crown of clouds. That's a sign of a stable layer aloft. And in this case, that's a sign that we are done, because there's capping all through just off these mountains. So that's your sign. Let's do that. So I put this tripod up. So really great day in some ways, really challenging in others. Been setting a lot. About to set for another few hours to get home, but that's how it goes sometimes. There we go. So let's go. Let's get this thing on the road. There are 1,000 flies in this car right now. I'll tell you what, it's very annoying too. That was supposed to be a road. It's gates. That's annoying. I needed just about but that's okay. This whole day's been frustrating. It just seems like I haven't been able to get anything done right. But I have the gut feeling tomorrow I want to be north, so I'm just gonna go back. Go back to the house. Sleep in my own bed tonight. My chat has not been updating very much, so that's a great question. I've seen so many big time tornadoes. To me, the one that always sticks out is the Chickasha EF4 asterisk from May 24, 2011. That tornado was just like built different. I saw 3 violent tornadoes that day. The EF5 El Reno Piedmont tornado was the first one. I saw it, the early stages of it. It was a very powerful tornado already. We bailed on that and went south, saw Chickasha, and that thing was wild. That thing was just very powerful. It looked like the May 3rd tornado in every way, in my opinion. And that thing was a monster. Then we saw the Goldsby EF4 after that on a separate supercell. And the funny thing about that day is that the Chickasha tornado and the Goldsby tornado were both rated EF4, and they were both rated as 199 mile per hour EF4s, which is basically to say this was probably an EF5. We just couldn't find the evidence fully for it, which really I have opinions on why they did that. In my heart of hearts, I saw 3 EF5s in one day, and also I truly believe that that it's like not official though. So, but in my heart of hearts, I saw 3 EF5s that day. I really believe I saw 3 of the most powerful tornadoes you could have. I think that I have opinions on the EF scale, so, but I'll leave those alone for now. This isn't the time or place. That's a great question, Mono Bear. First chase, I chased on St. Patrick's Day, 2003. So March 17, 2003. I was in high school. I was just chilling out, playing sports, playing video games, and just decided at 15 and a half, when I get my driver's license, I'm going to do this. I'm going to storm chase. First opportunity I got was that St. Patrick's Day. We saw a tornado in my home county, not far from my house, actually. So that was a really great way to start. It's a sign of good things to come. Because after I saw that tornado, I'm probably over 300 at this point, easily. But only a few tornadoes. Storm chasers could throw out these massive high numbers for tornadoes, but only a few are memorable, or truly like high-end memorable, where you can recall every detail of that day, like the May 24th, 2011 day. So, yeah, definitely. Try to refresh this chat again before I get on the highway. Yeah, that first chase was really cool. It was so cool to see that. Yeah, that Williamsburg tornado. Yeah, there were some big tornadoes in Iowa this year. I live here in New Mexico, actually. So when there's setups in Iowa and such, I'm probably never making those, truth be told. Like hardly, it'll be a rare thing if I'm in Iowa living in New Mexico. If the day comes when I am no longer living in New Mexico and living back in Oklahoma, which is always, it's always a possibility to be sure, then I'd be chasing those Iowa setups too. Because I would probably, if I move back to Oklahoma, it's because I'm going to do a little bit more weather stuff and such as part of a career again, which is always possible. Always, always, always possible. Yeah, look at the sky. It's very pretty. Very beautiful light. I'm going to refresh this again and see if I can, if there's any more comments. Oh, new comments. It says new comments, but there's not new comments. Maybe there are and I just can't see them. So that system's been failing me today, to be sure. But here's their storm. See, it's all but done now. Let's see if it'll loop for us. Yeah, just some green, just some sprinkles. That's basically anvil precip. Basically, the updraft's done and just starting to sprinkle out. A little bit still. There's still some precip still able to fall back to the earth, but that's about all she wrote right there. There's just obviously a lot of storms. There's one severe storm, looks like, up there by House Melrose. But that looks like a complex, looks like a pretty messy cluster of stuff. And the stuff that was east of us, we saw that earlier. If you've been on the stream for a while, there were these big, massive towers to the east. They're gone. There's not much out there anymore. So let's here. I mean, because we're facing east right now, and as you can see, there's just they've kind of disappeared. We've got this stratus starting to fill in, which tells me there's a stable layer of loft, and we're just counting it down right now. It's pretty much that. That's that. Come here. Goodness gracious me. You can see how there's a bunch of storms, to be sure, but they're just like nothing supercellular, nothing's taken on that shape whatsoever. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the sky here, right over here, it's a decent tower. Look at that one. That's a decent tower. And that, you know, that's probably one of those little storms they see east of me. With there being 2 days of storm chasing to come, I'm gonna not go for anything else. We're gonna cut our losses at this point, which is always a smart thing to do. You got to know your limits, know when to fold them. Got to know when to walk away and when to run, all that stuff, right? So, and I think that's what we're doing right now. We're just can do that. Took our licks today. Had a great day yesterday. Supercells in the same general area, and it just didn't seem like we could get anything to really just stick today. So it's rough. It's a rough day. Oh, nice lightning strike over there, though. Hope everyone saw that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's obviously a nice tower right there still. It's rough today. So we killed another storm, didn't we? We did. We were right up on it. We just got right there and watched it die right in front of us. That was the third time that's happened today. Not counting the like 6 that we saw die in rapid succession at the beginning. So, you know, I feel like we've done our duty down here today. So we'll see how the rest of the week goes. Today was rough, but they happen. You know, some rough days, to be sure. So, gonna reset and see what's next. So, plenty of time. Plenty of time to get these next 2 days in. Day 2 of 4, not so great. Maybe it'll be better tomorrow. We'll see. I think we might be doing east and northeast New Mexico tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be back down here. Might not be back down here unless I go to Carlsbad Caverns with the fam until next spring. So, gonna miss seeing my buff alien UFO, or buff alien statue, not buff alien UFO, buff alien statue. I feel like I'm gonna miss him. Okay, oh, there we go. Back. Let's see. Now, a comments thing is just not working right now. you go. Goodness. That'll help. Make it less shaky. And you can see, it looks like there's a bunch of cumulus starting to fill in right here, which is kind of ironic, sad, and funny all at the same time. So, just gonna try to avoid this, but I'm pretty hungry. I think I'm gonna go into town and get something before. Probably need to do an honest assessment of where I'm at in terms of fatigue. I can always get a hotel room too. I was up way too late last night. So I'm gonna have some long drives ahead. No idea what food's going to be here on the main road at this part of town, but we'll find something. Really crazy day, huh? Yep. We just tried so hard to get a supercell to sustain itself, and they formed on those mountains, moved off, and died. Yep, you're gonna turn off on me, aren't you? That's all right. His battery died. Stream definitely ran good. I think so, at least. I feel like it's been doing a good job. That's a stop sign. We should probably use it. Stop at it. Yeah, you can tell. This atmosphere was just not ready today. That's a great question. I highly recommend it if you're ever in Lubbock, Texas. The Shack barbecue, absolutely the best. Some of the best barbecue I've ever had, and I've had a lot. But yeah, the Shack. That one was a find this year, actually. I had a friend with me from California who doesn't get the best barbecue either, because we don't have it in New Mexico either. And I just, as someone from Oklahoma, I love barbecue, and I've been, I was craving some too. We were driving through Lubbock, and that was the one that just kept getting recommended on all the lists. So we made a decision, we're going to go to this one, and we did, and it was great. Amazing barbecue, actually. Shack. I'm trying to think of others that I've done that have been all on chase days or trips that really stand out. Smoky Pokey Barbecue, another barbecue place. That one's in Oklahoma. It's like built into a convenience store, so that's even makes it even more special, because it's like a barbecue restaurant, but also you can get like barbecue convenience store style. It's great. So, yeah. Smoky Pokey's really good too. I'm trying to think of the best gas station food. I mean, all sups is fine if you like fried stuff. That's what we have a lot of in New Mexico here. I'm not the biggest fan of all sups, so. I mean, I like all sups. Let me rephrase that. I could have all sups today, but I'm not going to. I've had it enough this year, I think. So try to get something that's a little bit better. We're gonna find out. Whatever's on the highway here as I get into this heart of town is what I'm gonna stop at. I should just look at the map, but I'm not going to. We're just gonna wing it. So no, there's stuff here on the north side. Plenty of things. Need to get something that limits. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, well here comes the main stretch. I see traffic lights now, so that's the main part of town. And also for folks who have never been to Roswell, it's actually a reasonably sized place. I think what, 35, 40,000, something like that. So it's got a little bit of everything too, food-wise. All chains, fast foods, and then there's some local stuff that's just amazing too. We had actually an amazing Mexican restaurant. I don't know what the name of it is, but back in June, ate that here with a group of journalists, actually, from amazing people. That was a great time. Running into? Well, I'm not going to sit down and eat, so that whatever that is out. We're right here by the college and such. All right. So we're not going to do Farley's, whatever that is. Looks fun, but we're not going to do that. Oh no! I turned right, and the only sign I see is McDonald's. Oh no! That couldn't have been worse. Oh, there we go. That's real. That's the better stuff. Okay, over here. Wendy's or Arby's. I'm going to get something very unhealthy at Wendy's. Here. Turn audio off for a second. I get weird about people
Hi everyone. So I've gotten a lot of requests to do a morning forecast routine walkthrough, and I honestly don't know how I'd even do that. I don't know. So the reason is for that is my routine isn't a routine. I don't even have a set number of items I look at. Literally some days I look at every possible value. I break down everything in the atmosphere. And some days I only need to look at one or two things to chase effectively. So instead of lying and going through a routine that doesn't exist, I'm going to spend a bit of time going over my 10 favorite things to look at for hunting supercells and tornadoes on the plains when it comes to weather models. Now, these may be applicable to other areas, but I'm focusing mainly on the plains since that's what I forecast and chase. So with that said, let's dive right in. Okay, first thing I look at is reflectivity and updraft helicity. I like combining these. This is an obvious one. The key with reflectivity and updraft helicity model charts is to never take them literally, but take them seriously, especially when you average them out over multiple runs of the same model. Now, this is a skill you have to really work at, as you have to have an open mind to possibility, and you have to know how to blend solutions together. You also have to take into account the limitations of models today. They're not going to be 100% accurate. They're not going to model the atmosphere 100% perfectly because they don't have one-to-one resolution. So when looking at reflectivity charts, you can't take these literally, as they literally aren't showing you what a perfect representation of the atmosphere. What they do show you, what this reflectivity and updraft helicity chart shows you, is pretty good though, and you should take it seriously. Finally, a quick note on updraft helicity. The updraft helicity swaths, there are a recent trend amongst chasers to use these, get really excited about tornado potential when you see them. I can't go there. I can get behind their usage in at least determining storm mode. I'm not sold on extreme updraft helicity swaths, meaning tornadoes. That method has failed a lot. You see it on social media all the time. But if there are clearly defined streaks consistently over the same areas over multiple runs, that at least signifies local supercell potential is much higher in that area. I also look at model reflectivity maps mentally as a collection of 100-mile bubbles. By that I mean I know if I'm in the area of a storm and it's within 100 miles of me to the west, it can be pretty easy to get on that storm. So if there's a clustering of solutions with supercells in a specific area, I tend to let radar and satellite do the rest and keep things more general. One day we'll have a consistent way to tell right down to the county and town where storms are going to go, but today isn't that day. Second thing, dew points and wind barbs. I love these maps, they're important. I'm a huge person when it comes to dew points. They're one of the most important ingredients for severe storms on the plains. I'm going to treat this as if you are completely clueless on what constitutes good dew points on the plains. For the lower plains, and I'm talking about the area from central Nebraska down to North Texas, this includes Kansas and Oklahoma, anything above 65 is considered pretty good. 70s are excellent. 60 to 65, workable but not ideal, and anything below 60, you have to have a lot of caveats to make it work. Now, west, on the higher plains, this is thinking like the Texas Panhandle, New Mexico, East Colorado, far west Kansas, Wyoming, West Nebraska, you don't need as much moisture to have greatness. Anything above 60 is really good out there, and 55 to 60 is pretty solid, especially if the shear is in place, and it's not too hot. A couple caveats there, but 55-60 can work quite a bit. 50 to 55, it's conditionally workable depending on a few other factors, mainly those ones I just said. You need to have those lower LCLs in really good shear, and anything below 50, I'm pretty much checking out on the higher plains. Third thing, 500 millibar winds. These are the winds in the middle levels of the atmosphere. If you want good vented updrafts, you gotta have some good 500 millibar flow. Anything 30 to 35 knots, depending on the environmental conditions otherwise, probably gonna get you there. Anything over 40 is ideal, and my excitement personally peaks about 55 to 60. Anything above those though, and we're going to start seeing storm movement, those speeds, those forward speeds get unworkable because the winds are pushing storms along too quickly. So just keep that in mind. Also, the ideal direction of 500 millibar winds to me is west to west southwest. Okay, fourth thing, 850 millibar winds. You want big tornadoes? Then you need south to southeast 850 millibar winds at 30 knots or higher. The biggest tornado days on the plains, they happen with south to southeast winds at 850 millibars at 40 knots or higher. If these are present, I get really excited about tornado potential during a day. Now for that fifth metric, 700 millibar temperatures. The 700 millibar temperature is a key metric to determining cap strength on the plains and also how much existing storms may struggle to realize their full potential. On that I mean, if a storm is struggling against the cap even though it's still up, it's not going to act like a storm taking advantage of the full environment. So it's going to struggle. That's why in some environments you see some storms produce tornadoes, some don't. It could be because of that, the fact that some storms are still struggling with that cap and not fully taking advantage of ingredients. There's a lot of local variation, even in tornado outbreak scenarios, so just keep that in mind. The general rule on 700 millibar temps is that anything over 12 degrees Celsius is a pretty stout cap. 10 to 12 degrees is workable and perhaps ideal. As you get temps too cool at 700 millibars, though, anything below that 10 degrees Celsius, you could get too many storms if the forcing's, pretty reasonable. Now, I gotta issue a caveat here. There are many other ways to measure cap strength, and they are more effective when they're all used together. But I tend to worry about the 700 layer a lot, and given that I'm limiting myself to 10 model charts in this video, this is going to have to do. However, we're going to have a full video on the cap soon, so be on the lookout for that. Number 6, ML Cape. I've talked about Cape a lot in multiple other videos. You can check those out on our channel. I got one from the SKUT videos, I got one from a chase forecasting tutorial, so just search through for Cape, you're going to find them. ML Cape is a measurement of instability in the atmosphere. I personally favor ML Cape over all others because it's more representative of what a storm is actually ingesting parcel-wise. There have been multiple times I've seen storms in a 6,000 SB Cape environment act like 2,000 Cape storms because ML Cape was actually down in that range. As with the rest of the values, let's pretend that none of what I just said made sense and let's explain it. Anything over 1,000 ML Cape is conditionally favorable for severe weather in my opinion. You can get severe weather under 1,000 for sure, but we're talking about the plains. I think 1,000 is kind of the cutoff. I've seen plenty of tornadoes in low Cape high shear environments, which tend to cluster in that 1,000 to 1,500 ML Cape line. Cape is not a measurement of if storms will form, so keep that in mind. Or put another way, Cape doesn't determine if your engine actually works. It's just the amount of fuel you can use if you're...
That sky? I think